Well, it's probably as good as time as any to get started. Alright. What's going on in my hair up here? It's alright. Welcome to a new week, eh? So, last week I was able to do some cool things. I'm actually going to do something today to set up this save file to be a bit different. Can't remember. There you go. So I've got it changed with lots of different things. But I don't want to have to always access the main menu to access all of my game stuff. So if we go, not through that, that's going to go. So I just want to duplicate that save file we have. And turn it into that. So if we get rid of this guy, Control, paste, copy, save, and just do that. Should now be the exact same save file. So if we come into main, my hope is that this won't cause any errors and it should save that file that we've just been working on. And it has, with no errors. Love to see that. Alright. So today, well, realistically this week, right? So by the end of this week, I want to try and have a playable demo. Well, not demo, like a playable, like alpha version, I guess, just so I can get some early testing done. So for that, out of like the last panels that we have, so we've got recipes set up, we've got the staff panel set up, we've got this cafe decoration set up. I'd like to get to testing, yeah. We got reviews, we've got the shop. Not that this is really implemented yet because we don't really have need for it yet, but that panel. So objectives is the last thing of, I don't even have this button to be able to close it. I love that. Oh, it's because I'm getting tons of null refs, that's all right. Something broken that the other day. Fix that at a later point. Hey, Disdain, how you going? How's your weekend been? Alright, so let's move on to that panel then. Yeah, not too bad. I won't lie, I'm still a little bit tired from the weekend, to be honest, even though I didn't really do anything, because just exhausted. But yeah, it'll be alright. Alright, so I don't think I actually ever made any scripts for this, I just did it visually to look like that. Alright, so I can at least get started on that much, maybe. Then we're also going to need private objectives item. We're gonna have to have a sort by, maybe. I'll just roll with it and see where we get to. And we can kind of like half set up the item first, just because we know what it's going to need. Name. They just vanished off of Unity. That's really good. There we go, they're back. Cool. We'll need claim completed. They're just going to be game objects to enable those. I think I set this up in a way that there's different variants. Viewport content. Yeah, like that. Okay, so serialized field. We're gonna have private game object. I'm gonna call the first one incomplete. Incomplete object. Complete object and claimable. BG completed. Oh, I've done this in a very dumb way, I think. Might even... no, because they need all that, and then it's just completed tick, completed tint. Okay, we'll just do that then. Claimable object. A couple more game objects and go. Completed tick. And then completed tint. All right. There's going to need to be a slider that we change and also progress text that's on there as well. So it's going to come up here and go open up one of those, serialized field, private, another TMP text and underscore progress text, and then progress slider, which I guess technically is a part of that. That's fine. What is the short list for today? I'm assuming. Yeah, thought so. Yeah, so I guess I got it written down of like the two things that are left in the build that need to get done are this objectives panel. It's the last thing out of the, apart from this settings thing, which I don't need to do anything yet. It's the last like core UI element that's not implemented. So I'll be setting up this today. Then just creating a couple of like basic objectives in there. I think what I'll probably end up doing is the objectives will probably scope what like the first test is of like the goal of the first play test is going to be to complete all of the objectives in here, and that's going to then be able to test everything in the flow. And then the other thing we've still got to do, so this is, if I get through this today, which I don't know, there's probably a bit of work involved to get all of what I want up and running in this, but if we do get past that, we're going to be starting work on the rating thing. So at the moment, like, I do have it set up that you can gain and lose followers each day. I might want to just finesse that a little tiny bit, but then I basically want to create the functionality that you're able to actually gain star rating. So that's the last thing up there that I don't have implemented, which is a bit more involved because that's going to be it's all kind of involved system of like so let's just say we use this 2K number. It's like, say you got to reach 2,000 followers, and then 2,000 followers, you get a food critic to come in, and there'll be a highlighted customer that comes in that like they're different, but yeah. So it's gonna be, that's a bit involved like that. So that might take me a day or two to fully get that up and running. Yeah, requiring all the calculations. I'm gonna like do like the simplest form of probably like, yeah, how money gets generated. So I'm gonna have to tinker that as well before anyone tests the build, because I've just got this weird values that don't mean anything. But yeah, I think for the first version of it, I'm just gonna have the simplest calculations possible that doesn't have a lot of complexity to it, just so everything can be tested. But then yeah, I'll have to, subsequent builds after that will then start to have the proper stuff implemented. Alright, so we're probably going to have a public void set up, but to get probably going to need a few things. We're going to need another data source, so let's get to work on that. Very data heavy stuff that I'm doing now. Objective data source. So in here, what do we want to do here? I mean, what's our, how am I meant to be saving any of the objective stuff? An int array. I think that's just basically for each objective in the list, it has what its progress amount is going to be set to. Which kind of is like a little bit the same as that, but So the bare minimum we'll want I just want an easy way. Make sure there be a manager that it all pulls from. There probably should be a manager that it all pulls from. You're right. Because you want it to send data when things happen in game. Yeah, okay. So we'll worry about that first. We'll leave the objective data source here. Create. Needs to be event based. Yeah, I'll probably have events set up throughout the game of just like, say, I mean, objectives is going to have to be listening to a ton of things really. Like let's just say like when a perfect recipe gets cooked, right, or when money's earned or something like that. So it's going to be needing to be listened to quite a few things. Some of those are going to have to happen in different places. Yep, correct. Out of curiosity, yeah, I think I've done that with stocks. Maybe I could do it on here as well. If I go dictionary, I haven't created an objective config yet. So let's do that. Write data into here as I need it. So let's come back to the manager. So the key is going to be the objective config and the value we make a new thing called objective. And this will store an objective. This is like the downside of me coming up with systems without actually planning what the system should be. Because if I took the time to like, I don't know, spend like a couple hours of like plan out what the system is, yeah, implementing a lot quicker. But because I'm kind of just doing it off the fly, it's like, it just takes me a bit longer to wrap my head around what I actually want to do. So for each objective, the things that we're going to want to be tracking, and this means I'm going to have to change what the save file is going to be, but I think underscore is complete. Public. I mean, I would love to have whole numbers, but save it as a float, I guess. M underscore progress. Totally, you have to think it out. The first one is never the last. At least it is pretty. Yeah, very true. Yeah, I've got to say, like, I don't know if there's anything that I've got in the game currently that is the final implementation. Like, let me quickly scan through some of these systems. I mean, the save system. Well, I guess even then I'm still adding things onto it, so I guess that's not even final either. Yeah. A lot of things are probably going to get optimized later on, so... let's just call this, it's a public list. Could do this. Let's get set. Nah, I don't like it. Alright, so it's gonna have is complete. They're gonna have another bool for claimed. I think the key itself will hold reward, name, and then the new struct is holding whether it's completed, what its progress will be. The config will store one value of that. It's claimable. Yes, I've got it claimed here. I can make it is claimed, just for sake of a better name for a bool. And I think that might be it for now. At least we can try and make that work for now. Just matches the other bool. Yeah, exactly. It's something that I don't probably do enough is like make my bools actually like have a name that's like is complete. Is completed. Tense as well. I'm probably not consistent with that, but I guess like realistically, if I'm the only one that's ever looking at the code, it's not an issue. If I was working with others, I should probably make a better effort at not doing that. Okay. You can be a little lazier. Yeah, exactly. And I kind of had a little bit of a revelation at the end of last week. Is like, you know, for the most part, like I want to try and write the best code possible and most optimized way of doing things. And I know that just comes from how it went to always work at the studio that I used to work at. And obviously, like, in comparison to the game that I've already got on Steam, where, like, I know that code base is a mess. Like, if I were to open that, like, that's why I want to rebuild that game, is just because it's terrible. It's not optimized at all. But I think I need to try and find a happy medium of just, like, I just need to get things done. And, like, if I spend time, like, honestly, it's like, if I waste time trying to make perfect code all of the time, it's just, like, it's just going to take the development process a lot longer. And it's just like, there's a place that I can land in the middle where it's still good code. It's not like I'm still following good practices and stuff like that, but maybe I brute force a couple of things that it's still not going to cause any issues, and it's quicker to get done, just so then I can get the game done. Yeah, I had that revelation last week. We'll see how it goes, because like there are you know, there are games that have been made that are widely successful games that, you know, if you told like a programmer how it was written, there'd be, yeah, what the hell? Like, I wasn't, what's the game called? Is it Undertale? Yeah, Undertale. I'm pretty sure Undertale, the whole game is if-else statements. The whole game. Which, you know, that's not great, but it works, and the game is awesome. So... yeah, exactly. Pick your battles. That's exactly right. All right. So all of our objectives are going to be stored probably in a list. Let's make one of those. No, awake. Actually, I think I've been normally making this a private list than having a getter. Objective configs. Objectives. Okay. So we've got access to it now. Come back to the objectives manager. Where are you at? Yeah. Actually, let's just pin these as well. Objective list. Get the config as well. So config is going to have a couple of things here. It's going to have a public string objective name. Going to need like a reward config as well. That's eventually going to go into there. Very involved. We're only ever going to use whole numbers, so this probably can be an int. M underscore. What would it be? Goal? What's this word that I'm trying to look for? Of like what the number right here is going to be. I'm having a total mental blank. Goal. Score. No, I don't think it's score. It's like... it's what this second number is. It's like it is what the goal is of what you're trying to achieve, but I know that there's a better word that I could be using for this. Goal. Oh man. M underscore. If I can't think of a better one, it's just going to be called goal. That's what you're trying to achieve. Calling it goal. Bugger it. Yeah, fucking classic goal amount. I really hate that name, but I'll eventually rewrite it whenever my brain decides it knows what the hell I was trying to do. And then there's also going to have to be something in there for a reward, but that's going to be based off of another config, which we are not going to set up just now, but let's just, it's going to have to go reward, and then it's going to get the name of it from a config as well. So for now, I'll even just comment it out, but it's going to be like, reward config. I mean, we could have multiple types of rewards that could come from it. Yeah, okay, so just go reward and then comment it out because we're not making it yet. Objective config with objective value. The objective should have a long description too. What do you mean? You have a name, but doesn't there need to be some sort of long describing of the goals? I think realistically, maybe. That's actually just what the name is what the goal is of how I've got it set up here. So it's like make a perfect recipe. So that's what the name is, but it's also describing what you're doing. So I think, for the most part, I don't think I would ever have any, I mean, don't want to rule it out, but I don't think I would ever have any objectives that are complex enough that you need more than a few words to describe what it is. Like, just have like, it could be like earn $500. It could be make a perfect recipe, reach a 3-star rating, hire an employee, fire an employee, all that sort of stuff. So I think it's all just very short terms. At least that's the hope. We'll find out whether it's going to be the case. Did we end up making? Yeah, here we go. Panel, pin that. Item, pin that. Nothing's ever going to change. I don't know if we need a reference to the panel this time. I think it would be nice to see some type of icon on the objective, possibly defining the category of the objective just visually, maybe in a later build. Yeah, I think so. There's a good chance maybe I did have it over on the left, maybe. Let's have a look. PG title, nah. Reward, nah, I didn't. But yeah, I'd say most likely if I were to do that, there'll be something on the left here. Will probably be where the visual indicator is. I can even like half plan for it here. If I go objective config, let's just chuck it in here. Go public sprite m_icon. There you go. It exists. Where are we doing? We're doing the item. So, very start, we can just go m_config equals config. Hell yeah, Disdain, hell yeah. Alrighty. Text dot text. Objective name. Should we store the objective? No, I think we only ever need the config. I think the name is probably like kind of the biggest thing here. Okay, so now we can probably go to this. So it's objectives manager dot instance dot, is it private? I made that. No, it's public. Objectives, put in a key. So this is where we probably want to have a bit of functionality. So we're going to go if is completed. Actually, there needs to be a few things here because it can be is completed and actually I am going to store something here because I don't like this. Let's go who's upholding that is the manager dot objective equals new objective. Actually, I don't even think I need to do that. I can just say objective equals and then go. Just set it straight away to that. So now we can go if objective is completed and m underscore is claimed. That's going to have its own functionality. Then we go else if it's completed but not claimed, it's going to have something. And then if it's neither of those things, then we're just showing the progress. Elks, that's nice. Hang on a second. I should probably come into this guy. Claim border. That's another thing that we need up here. Claimable objects, because that's going to do the slider, and then we can go claimable. That was called claim border. Okay. So if it's completed, starters, we can go m underscore completed tick is true. Tint true. completed object. So completed object set active true. So I can just make all of those set active. So by default they should all be off. Is that everything? So I've got the tint's getting enabled, that tick's getting enabled, and then this guy's getting enabled. Yeah, I think that's all we need for that. So if it's claimable, say m underscore claimable object set active true, and m underscore claimable border set active true. Technically speaking, there's a button, which we haven't put on here as well. Serialized field private. I need to sort this out. It's getting a very long list of variables, but m underscore claim button, we'll just call it. M underscore claim button dot interactable equals true. So by default it's going to be false. Alright, so I think that's good. So then we come into this guy, and if it's not, it means you set equals true. We're gonna have to go m underscore progress slider dot value is going to equal lesser number, which is going to be stored on the objective progress. Oh, value. Oh my god, what is going on? Help, help. Progress divided by the config dot goal amount. We're gonna have m underscore progress text dot text equals progress. Did I have a space in between those? I think I did. Goal amount. Oh, we need to set the rewards. Target numerical value to reach in order to obtain. Man, it's that wide my chat can't even get it. Numerical value to reach in order to obtain the goal. Holy, that is a long variable. Underscore objective reward text equals this is when we're going to be referencing that other thing that we don't have yet. Dot m underscore reward config dot m underscore reward name is probably what we're going to call it. was called reward config, right? I just called it reward. Okay. Comment that out. Target. That's the name. That's what I wanted. You've done it, by the way. Target. That's what I was looking for. I just clicked as I looked back at the message again. Oh, that's classic. Alright, let's see. So we've implemented the name. Yep. Progress text is getting set. Yep. Progress slider, value is getting set. Reward, it's not technically set at the moment, but we've got it there. Incomplete object, set active true. Complete object, set active true. Claimable object, set active true. Claim border, yep. Completed tick, yep. Tint, yep. And the claim button being true, yep. Okay, so I think that's everything that needs to get set up for the item. So let's go back to the manager and have set up dictionary. We could do new objective, and it's all false, progress 0, claimed false. But we probably actually, this is where we'll probably want to sync it up with save data. But we're not worrying about save data just yet, so we can probably leave this as is for now. BRB? Yeah, too easy. Do something about that. This means we should run this on start. Already made it a new one up here, so that's fine. Need functionality to update those at some point. Fuck. Interesting, yes. I mean, fine, because now we can go to the panel. So in here, we're going to have a serialized field, private objective item, m_objective prefab. We are going to have then we can, okay, we're gonna have to do system link, I think, on that. We're gonna have a private list of objectives item. I really dislike that it's called objectives item. I might change that. Rename objective item. Yeah. I really love that it clears all of that stuff. Really awesome. Objective item. We'll come into here as well. Yeah, I definitely broke something by doing that. Oh well. Get the panel up again. So we have a list of objective item underscore items. We are going to need a serialized filled private transform. And let's go list parent. Nice. Oh, shit. Whoa. Clear. So we have private void load panel. We're just going to call cleanup first. So let's put a comment in here. So we're gonna go. We'll need to add. Oh my god. Custom sorting. So it's gonna go. Claimable is the first thing that you'll see, and then incomplete. And then completed. So we always want the claimable stuff to be at the top, and then once you do that, it's going to then shuffle it back down the list. I think that's pretty typical for panels like this. I'm going to chuck a to do on that. But for now, the basic version of this is going to go for each var objective in. Objective manager dot instance dot objectives. Now that I'm setting it up like this, I could have a reference of it because I can just get the key from it. Hey, Disdain, welcome back. Yeah, I think I might do that. So instead of setting, because we're not needing to save this anywhere, let's do this. Comment you out for actually, no, I can just delete you. Goodbye, sir. Because then on this guy, we can go objective item equals instantiate objective prefab under the transform. And then we can do item dot setup. It needs objective dot key and objective dot value. And items underscore add. Think that's all this panel needs for now anyway. Yep. All right, so if I want to start being able to test if any of this works, we're gonna have to add some scripts in. All right, so you can get rid of these two numbnuts. See ya. Animator, what did I do? That's right, I added like a little thing on it. Okay. I mean, that can just always be playing, because I guess if the claim border is turned off, you won't see the animation performance hit, potentially. I'll leave it as this now. If we need to clean that up, it's easy enough to clean up later. Alright, so we're going to come on to here. Objective item. Holy shit. Name. Progress text is going to be in this guy. Left number, right number. Why did I do it like that? Oh, and I have different materials set up for them. Okay, I will have to update it like that then. That's fine. So let's go progress text. Progress left, right, left, dot toString. Right equals config.target.toString. I do vaguely remember setting up that panel now. It's fucking weeks ago now, but There was a reason I did that, and that's because the slash and the numbers needed to have a different outline on them because it looked weird. Alright, so progress left, progress right, slider, rewards text. Alright, incomplete is you. Claimable is you. Complete is you. Claim border. Claimed tick. BG completed. Claim button. I mean, realistically, I think here is already a button. There you go. So I can just take you. So by default, we want all of this stuff to be turned off. Alright, save that, and then we need to go into prefabs, objective panel, create folder. You need an objectives panel. All right. Other things we set up is the objective list. List. Don't have any made yet, but we can make those shortly. Alrighty. Alright, you're right. We're gonna need a manager. Call this one objective manager. Cool, man. Drop a cool, man. Cool. We don't have buttons for claimable stuff yet, but that's okay. So on this guy, on the header, exit button isn't a button yet, so let's make that a button. And you turn the objective panel off. Simple as that. Okay. And if we come to the HUD, the top panel, objectives button, you turn the objectives panel on. You are definitely more fluent with the UI in Unity. This is where I struggle. I mean, yeah, I'd say actually the big part of probably why I'm so fluent in the UI is like, one, obviously I've worked in Unity for, what's the number I normally say? I'm just hard set it, so like 7 years, but probably another reason of that is the game that I was working on at my last job was, it was a live game, so it was already been set up. So it was always the programmer's goal to have everything being able to be set up in the inspector. Like you would have to very rarely go into code. Obviously, I implemented a ton of things that I did need to make new code for, but you'd try your best for the designers and the artists is to just have everything available in the inspector. So realistically, if we're just like making minor tweaks everywhere. We're never having to look at code. We can always just edit variables in the inspector. So because of that, yeah, I'm very good at being able to navigate my way around it. You get there eventually. It's just repetition, really. I think that's everything. Let's make some configs. Hang on, boy. I'll just have like cook one perfect recipe. We probably do to check the progress because these are like just pass fail sort of things. And just have like earn $500. How quickly can I make 500 back? Probably not very quickly. Let's go earn 250. Don't have a name for the money yet, so it's just gonna be called earn 250. Cook one perfect recipe one. Okay, so we should be able to add these into the objective list now. So turn this guy off. And let's see what breaks. Everything. Okay, I haven't initialized that list yet. That's my bad. Equals new. Rookie mistake. Claim border needs to get turned off by default. That's a prefab issue. Prefabs, yeah, objectives panel. Claim border. Like that, there you go. But it loaded, exactly. It loaded, that is the big goal there. Okay, cool. Hire one employee, 0 out of 1. Cook one perfect recipe, 0 out of 1. Earn 250, 0 out of 250. Very cool. We obviously don't have reward stuff set up yet. This is, yeah, cool. All right. So let's add some listeners. Got tons of managers that we can be listening to for this. So if we come into Objectives Manager, I'm going to put the listeners in start. I just dislike race condition stuff. Let's see. Who do we want to listen to for at least these three? So we need to listen to money changes, staff changes, and perfect recipes. Money changes is really easy. It's going to get done by the money manager. We already do have something for money changed. But I'm pretty sure we call that on every... thing where we only want to... I think in the prototype, I had this set up and you could lose progress on an achievement because I didn't have a way to set it up that like it only grabs it if it was adding. So I'm going to add a second method in here now. Well, not method, event, I should call it. I mean, I could do it that like this takes in a variable of the money changed, but I can refactor that at some point if I want to. I think this is, for what I want to do, this is going to be fine. Public delegate void, money increase. And then have a public event. Money increased on money increased. And this, we only want generate revenue. What is that? I bet it comes into award anyway. So you can go on money increased, invoke. We actually probably will need an amount that it increases in here. So let's go int amount. Put in value. Do I want to put it in award special as well? We're not even using award special yet, but I guess if we ever do. Nah, but it's like should be outside the bounds of it, because it's like, if you say you got $200 from an objective, that I don't think it should count towards it for now. It's easy enough to add in if we want though. So if we come back to the objectives manager, money changes is going to be money manager.instance dot on money increased plus equals handle money increase. We need a way for this now to... Okay, so I think for this now, what we're going to do back to is the objective config. Add a type to it. So if we come back onto here, for each bar objective, web objective in m_objectives if objective dot key, that's a config dot type equals money. Okay. It's not going to like. Or will it? For each loops don't normally like variables being touched. So it means it's going to be a for loop. Yeah, okay. For int I equals 0 dot keys. You cannot touch the enumerated list. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do it. I've run into this issue in so many of these scripts that I'm like, at first make it a for each loop, and then I'm like trying to change something, breaks it, and then I have to convert it back to a for loop. Keys dot count. So here we want to go if. What am I doing? Create another list that contains the items to be removed. Oh, we're not needing to remove any items. It's just changing values. My head just like breaks. With dictionaries. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, it's all good. M_ objectives key. Yeah. This is why dictionaries are a bit annoying to work with. Can we do like dot? Can you just like do dot keys I or something like that? Yeah, nah, it's just a key collection. Get index of. It is not there. It is not there. What values can we access with the key? It's literally just the list of keys. I know I've done this somewhere. Just managers. If I go through all of my managers, which is a lot, I probably could find what I'm trying to do. Managers. You're a list though, so you don't matter. Hang on. Setting a new task. Oh, but the task is just getting sent in there. Okay, let's cafe manager. Pull the key by index and use that to pass into the dictionary item. I think that the thing that we need is we need the key. The key. We don't care about the value, like a key value. Is we want the key, yeah, the key, because that's the config that we need. Pull the key button, use that in the pass item. Can I not just go? I'm just gonna objectives I dot dictionary keys. All right, we'll try that. So dictionary, and then go dictionaries dot keys dot I. Nah, so that's still going to be getting, that's still going to be, because that's still going to be trying to feed into config, that's still going to be getting our value. I think I know key value pair. Key value pair. What is a key value pair? I think I know of a way that I can do this is... You're definitely right. I think creating a new list... Oh, yeah, because then if I can create a new... Yeah, so let's do that. So we're going to go... I'm going to create a new list of... objective configs. Going to call them m underscore. No, it doesn't need to be m underscore. Can just call them money configs equals a new list. So then this way we can still use this guy. So then we can go money configs dot add objective dot key. So now we have access to all of the money configs through this. And now this is where we can for loop, I think. Because now we have access to the config that we want to update. So now we can go m underscore objectives config, and then we're updating the value. So go dot progress plus equals value. It won't like us doing that, so we're going to need to create a new objective. Objective equals new objective. So we can go objective dot progress equals Fitness. Objective dot is claimed. Is completed. Is that we only have 3 in there? Yeah, okay, cool. So then we can say objective progress plus equals value. And then m underscore objectives no money m then you go money configs I, that's the key, equals objective. Alright, what's it wrong about? I didn't close the bracket. Okay, so they're probably also going to need extra things here if we now completed something. If it's not completed and objective progress is greater than or equal to, now we need this guy dot target objective is complete is true. And I guess for the sake of making sure we don't have weird overflow stuff, I'll just go progress equals target. And then we set it. Okay. Guess we can test that and see how that's going to go. No, I can't actually do that yet because I've never changed the configs. So perfect recipe is a type of recipe. Money. What do you mean need points? And then your staff. Okay, it's loading. Let's order 30 of them. Bugger it. Oh, he already hired. Cool. Chicken burgers on. Let's just like bump the profit to 3 for the sake of trying to speed this up. So it's at 0 currently. Start day. Oh, they're both on fire. I think I got that. Oh yeah, I can. Oh, did I get it in time? No, I definitely didn't get that in time. Messy, yeah. there you go. So I earned 184. Progress bar's not getting updated properly, but that's pretty cool. So if we run one more day of that, it should trigger the complete. We'll figure out what's going on with the progress bar in a second. Ah, shit, I think I saw something spawn down there. Dirty, yeah, okay. There's visibility issues. I think a piece of trash spawned behind that plant. I just saw the corner of it disappear at the end of it. But come to objectives. Cool. That's now in a claimable state. Can click the button, but nothing's going to happen. But cool. Oh yeah, so all of that stuff. So if we come into, this is what I did off stream. End of the week last week, and then a bit over the weekend. So yeah, the decoration thing has now, don't have like images for it, but yeah, walls and stuff like that. So you've got to purchase different walls. Floors the same. You can change the, need to fix that list to scroll properly. Buy different chairs. You can buy different tables when you come into the edit mode. I have to make this look prettier at some point. All the ones that you have purchased, you can cycle between. So I've only got 2, so I'm just cycling between bricks. Floor, I've only got 2 as well. Chairs, and then tables. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Came a long way, yeah. I'll have to admit, this is one of those things where I ended up brute forcing because. So I think I showed you like all the. If I go back into the, who is it? This guy, scenes, overview, sure. Yes, that's what purchased. Yeah. So all of their walls are, if it wants to load anytime soon, I think it's loading that many assets in this scene that it doesn't really like it. Overview, where are we? Get it off 2D. Is all the walls were just solid colors, if you can remember. And like, don't get me wrong, it's like, yeah, cool. I added in all of the walls like that, but I was just like, I think we'll probably want to add a bit more complexity to some of these things. Like you saw, I have that version of bricks. Is, if I come into this guy now, is, you can see in the demos, like, yeah, they have like bricks and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. How'd they do that? And it ended up like they manually made all of the bricks. So because of that, instead of, we were talking about like just changing UV textures and stuff like that, is now kind of all the walls are just their own game object that just get enabled and disabled and stuff like that. Very brute force, but it does mean that I'm able to now create like custom things that are outside of what their normal assets were, and then they're going to be their own wall. Because I can like create stuff like this, I guess, because this is probably another one where it's like solid wall, but then it's like random patterns assigned to stuff like that. So gives me a bit more flexibility there, but it's looks a bit more gross, but it's pretty cool. Hey, thank you very much for the follow, Candace. Much appreciated. All right, so yeah, more creative freedom for what you're doing. Yeah, I think the downside of that is that it ends up looking like, if I come back to main, is the cafe itself has like, so let's say like walls, right? Is there's all the different variants of walls like this that are getting enabled and disabled. So it's a bit gross, but it works. It does what it does. During the stream, thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right, so we want to find out why that progress bar was not working. So that's going to be, no, the item, objective item. it's not going to be working because I'm pretty sure this is an int and this is an int. So values are float. Yeah, so let's just turn for the sake of making it easy, just turn one of them into a float, and that should solve that issue. Yeah, we talked about using tinting, but it does not have a lot of room for customization individually. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's like, it has a lot of work. I think the scary thing for me now is, you know, so obviously this is the tier 1 cafe. It's not going to cause a huge issue, I think, if I enable this. There's a tier 2 cafe that's a bigger version. So that's like, you can upgrade it, so it's going to have like an extra cafe space. So it's just like, look, it's game dev, it's grunt work. It's just like, eventually when I have cafe upgrades and stuff like that, and you can change the size, it's like, it means I'm going to have to like reset up everything again. But it's just like, nah, it is what it is. Alrighty, so if we have tons of stock of this. Let's run through another day. No fires yet, which is pretty cool. There's one. Trash. Or maybe have a second level that is the same size but connected by stairs or a portal. That could be interesting. Clean, yay. Okay, that still didn't update it. I thought changing that to a float would for sure have fixed that. I mean, let me just rip a calc on this. 184 divided by 250 should be giving us that value. So if we go easiest way for me to get to this is this guy. That's why. Needed to times it by 100. So it is getting the correct variable. It's just my max value is this, so we should just change the max value to 1 if we're just going to do it the way I'm doing it. Let's come to this guy. Slime area progress, max value 1. Chair on this, hey. Alrighty. Should have plenty of stock still, yep. Clean, sweet. There you go. Progress bar's working. Sweet. I'm happy with that. What's next? Maybe do the reward config stuff. It's a bit more involved, but I guess it's the functionality that is missing from this panel currently. Oh, I could also do... I mean, it's probably fine. Yeah, okay, we'll do reward config now. So this guy, pin you for a second. Never mind about the second floor because you won't have to interact quickly with the interface. Switching floors will not work. I mean, it would work. It would just be extremely difficult. You're like panically switching between floors trying to clean up stuff. Alright, let's create a new config. Come on here. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's enough in that now that the objective config. Have this, and then the item. Can have this uncommented out. How am I going to set this up? I think we have like I think this is where I'm gonna be having like a data issue of it's multiple things that can be rewarded. So I think we could have a money reward, we could have recipe rewards, we can have item rewards, and we've got different like multiple different item types. Reward abstract base class with a collect interface. That's what I'm thinking. It's probably going to be an abstract base class, just called reward, and then we have like money reward inherits from that. Has access to inventory and money. Yeah, I'd say the problem with inventory is I don't really have an inventory. Like, obviously, I have it set up that, yeah, you purchase things and add them to it, but I guess I don't have, like, backend set up that, like, of a way to award it into it. So it's going to be a bit of more brute force stuff to get that to work. Money's easy. Money's just like, yeah, cool, add money. Sweet. Because if I go, like, okay, where are all the recipes pulling from? Let's just go to the recipe panel and have a look. Hello, recipe panel. This guy. Load panel. Let's go load list. Here we go. So for each item is in the recipe list values. So this is a dictionary, I'm assuming. Yep. I'm assuming that's the recipe ID is what we're feeding into it there. So basically we'd be just changing it to be unlocked. Then the game progression state object, whatever is going to track the things other than money can be rewarded, might even just be on the player data object. Yeah. I think for this one is like we store. So we've got these recipes, right? And I'm pretty sure this dictionary set it up. Where do we set up the dictionary down here? Wait. here it is here. So it's getting every recipe ID. Yeah, every recipe, cool. So then, but it's only loading things that unlock. So we would just need to access the recipe ID, basically. Hang on a second. Go back to recipe. You hear that? That's gonna be really annoying if that fucking keeps up. Dude next door working on something. That's really loud. I have all my windows closed and it's that loud. Holy shit. You guys hear that? Fucking hell. 1 second. How rude. Some dude like using a saw to cut up plastics. That's why it's even squeakier of a sound. He seemed to go back inside, so maybe he was just doing a little quick job. I swear, man. Go fuck him up. So recipe panel. Recipe list, recipes, values, item recipe. Oh my god, I did a mistake. That's a mistake. Why is the unlocked variable being stored on a config? Oh boy. Sorry, I don't have access to the code, so I don't mean to sound naive. If it needs access to the player's unlocked recipes, for example. So, basically, like, the config shouldn't be storing unlocked data. I think that's just the thing I found. So it's like, for instance, if we come, like... I mean, I can use, like, the same... yeah, that is a singleton config object. You need to store a list on the player. Yeah, so I do have like a recipe data source, right? So I have this guy, and this is where I am storing data locally, I guess. And then obviously I have this save file, which then saves it backend wise. So realistically, unlocked data should be stored in here. So that's going to require a bit of rejigging, which is bad for me. Yeah, this is very silly. What an oversight. Because let me... Selected recipes, recipe status. Yeah, it's going to be a whole new thing in my save file as well for unlocked recipes. Huh, you clown. Makes it a bit annoying. Just added more work than I wanted to do. That is dev. You at least thought of it being unlocked. Exactly. Like I knew I had it somewhere, but I find it weird because so
This could be just like maybe some stuff carried across from the prototype. I had everything stored on the config in the prototype because I was just like, I'm not dealing with any save data. I'll just write it to a config, which is a big no-no. But for the sake of prototyping, it's whatever, you can get it done. And I knew coming into this, that's why I had that data source. I'm like, okay, all that stuff now needs to be stored elsewhere. But I guess there's just one thing that I forgot about. But oh well. Let's start setting up that save. I mean, I could make it just a bool. Bool array, whether it's locked. And it's going to go through every recipe in the list. I think that's just it. Okay, so we need to set that up in the game save data as well, which is here. Maybe I was actually technically right of having that on the config, because obviously there's going to be some recipes at a base level that are unlocked, and maybe that's why I have that variable there. But then I also need to have things that are unlocked, that are locked by default, that unlock through a different thing. So maybe I was right in setting up the way I was, but I just didn't finish the implementation of the things I needed for it. I'd say that's likely what the cause is. Oh, I need to add all those getters. Oh my god. Recipe status. So it's going to be down here. Your own naming convention got you, exactly. If I named it something a bit more reasonable, I would have, yeah, unlocked by default, exactly. I would have not shot myself in the foot. But, oh, you know, look, you live and you learn. Get unlocked recipes. And it's also shooting myself of not having like an actual plan that I'm following. Where if I, yeah, had everything written down and structured and stuff like that, I would understand what I was trying to achieve with that, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. Public void set unlocked recipes bool array value. Okay, so we've got that. All right. So that's it there. I mean, let's go back and look at the configs. So we have recipes. Should stop calling them test recipes, really. Call them what they actually are. Because even though they've got stuff to be added to it. Alright, and then for the sake of, yeah, so if I got recipe unlocked, yes, let's just change that variable name. Recipe unlocked, rename, m underscore. These are all default, and we need to create a new one that's called, just because this is based on what that reward is, Eggs Benedict. Recipe ID for Eggs Benedict. It's not default. We will cook it at the stove also. Going to need more ingredients made. Oh, where do I even have any of that saved? Ingredient list, ingredients, this guy. Eggs. The first reward recipe, a big moment here, guys. Yeah. What did I have it set in the proto? I think it was like eggs, hollandaise. I think you have like smoked salmon on it, right? So you go smoked salmon, and paprika. That's a bit fancy. So we got a 4-ingredient limit at the moment for now. So, and maybe just have bread. What's a? Do I just have default bread? Like toast. Pretty boring. Could have like a certain type, like yeah, I'll just have it baked of toast at the moment. All right. There was also something in here, ingredients info. What was that script? Ingredient list. So there was ingredient configs as well. Man, I've got so many things. So we create some more of these. So what do we have? We had egg. I feel like eggs are normally pretty cheap. Maybe you can leave that at 1, sure. Not that this money means anything at the moment until I actually set up anything. Hollandaise. Is it hollandaise sauce or hollandaise dressing? It's probably, I feel like it's more of a sauce. Maybe I just leave it as hollandaise, make it simple. Make it slightly more expensive. It is sauce, that's what I thought. 2. Alright, we got smoked salmon. Did I change that? No, I didn't. Smoked salmon. I feel like smoked salmon is normally pretty expensive. Let's put that at like 4. And we have toast. Whoa. Start by making a simple recipe for hollandaise. So poach eggs, warm the Canadian bacon, toast the English muffin. Finally, assemble your eggs, but place a Canadian bacon on top. Place a poached egg and become smother in hollandaise sauce. Hell yeah. Alright, so we need to add that to the ingredient list. Just lock this and just go 1, 2, 3, 4. Bang. Come back to recipes. Unlock eggs Benny. Egg, hollandaise, smoked salmon, toast. Now, what was the reason why I'm having duplicate names? Egg. I'll figure that out at some point. For now, it's not a huge issue. I'll fix it out. I think it's worth the time to pull up the real recipe. And toast. And the cost is also set here. What was I doing? 1, 2, 4, 1. what I did? 1241. Objectives, ingredients. 1, 2, 4, 1. Yeah, cool. Yeah. I think it's slightly, I know you can have it with bacon. I think in Australia it's normal for smoked salmon to be on with eggs Benedict. There's probably a little cultural differences based on where you eat it. Because I don't think anyone refers to any bacon over here as Canadian bacon. unless Canadian bacon means something different. The meat and bread can be replaced. Yeah, I think the main point of it is eggs and hollandaise. They're the things that you probably can't go wrong with. But yeah, that's why I just said like toast, because this is like, it could be sourdough, it could be English muffin, because I think over here sourdough is normally what you get it on as well. But yeah, so just generic toast. All right, so we'll also need to, so we add it into here. We need to add it into here. Okay, now we've set up all that stuff before, but we don't actually have a way to then load that data of unlocked stuff. Hey Stubby, how you going? Generate perfect, update perfect recipes. Yep. Save data, load data. Recipe status, selected recipes, perfect recipes. Regionalized version of the recipe. Gee, imagine if I had the time to do that. Sunday, getting ready for work tomorrow. Yeah. Sad Sunday vibes. Back to work. Total waste of time. I mean, it would be a pretty like niche feature, but like would be kind of cool at the same time. Just a lot of work. Yeah. Yeah, Sundays do suck, Stubby. I vibe with that. I can't complain as much anymore, but why? All right, what am I doing? So this is was I recipe data perfect? So it's pin you and pin you. You need a new guy in here. Public static. How have I done all these? All of them are by recipe config. So it's kind of this. Basically the same as one of those. So let's go dictionary. Recipe config. Boom. You might even want to make it simple like meat and bread to prevent the ingredients list from getting too big. Yeah, it's a good point. It is a good point. Yeah. I think at the moment I'm just like, yeah, hard setting. That's actually a very good point. I think what I've, I don't know if I've talked about it on stream. Then it covers regional differences too. If I go it happy. So this is the person that I've bought the asset packs from. I think they put out a food thing the other day. It might be this one. Yeah. Is what I'm probably eventually going to do is get the food from this and probably generate all of my recipes based on what I can make from in here. Because it probably is going to be a long list of things that you can get throughout the game. But yeah, I'm going to base it off of the asset pack just then everything's kind of accounted for. Yeah. That is the plan. But obviously at the moment I'm still very system focused, so I'm not really focused on any of that stuff. But like, I think probably by the end of next month, all of my features should be in and somewhat where they should be final. And then it's just going to be like the content generation phase, and that's going to be probably the longest part of it because there is so much stuff that I need to add into this game. All right, so unlocked recipes. So we need to come back to you. So go recipe data source unlocked recipes dot clear. Okay, how are we doing this guy? Because it's probably going to be similar to this. So let's go. Var unlocked recipes equals data dot get unlocked recipes. And we're looping through a list, okay. Yeah, because I think, even though, yeah, we probably have, like, generic, just going back to your point, generic meat could be good, but at the same time, depending on what the asset pack has, because I haven't bought it to dive into it, but, like, there could be variants of different chicken burgers. Like, there could be, I say chicken burgers, chicken burger, there could be a beef burger and stuff like that, so there could be different sorts of meat as well that we have, but, yeah, I think making it more generic is probably a good idea rather than super precise. Like, that's why having something like toast that I've got in there at the moment is, it's not specified what sort of bread it is. So I think it could be like that for some items, but then some things might have a bit of variance in it, but we'll see. It's a while away, but good to at least think about for now. I mean, if we're loading the data, we're just going through. Yeah, I think this is actually really easy. The unlocked recipes. You just, when it comes to loading data, you're doing unlocked recipes dot add m recipes I. Wait, what is I, by the way? Recipes, sorry. No, it's not even recipes. You want recipe list. Is that what I was doing in here? Recipes count. Why was I doing that? It's the same thing regardless, but so we go recipe list I, and then unlocked recipes I is the bool.
I think it's as simple as doing this, because now it's going to add it to the recipe data source for unlocked recipes. We don't need to do any of this fancy stuff. Alright, so we should try set up save data. Hang on a second. Why does the save data not have perfect recipe data in here? That's potentially an issue. I'll put that down the whiteboard. Investigate. Investigate. What are we doing? Perfect recipes. What do we eat? Anyway, so skip that for now. So we go region, unlocked recipes. And region. Let's copy this guy. So we're gonna have a bool array of unlocked recipes equals a new bool array, and the size is recipe list count, m underscore recipe list dot count. For int I equals 0 while I is less than just use recipe list count again. I plus plus. So then we want to go recipe, go unlocked recipes. I is equal to recipe data source dot unlocked recipes recipe list I data dot set unlocked recipes. So that's all the saving for that done. So now we come through. Okay, so I think just slowly working through it. So we go, if the item is a default recipe, or and then this is where we want to add it if it's unlocked. So this is where we're going to go recipe data source dot unlocked recipes, and we need then we add it like that. So I was thinking, like, obviously we have those default recipes and I didn't have any functionality to actually set them as unlocked, but I think it's not going to cause an issue because now I've got it set up that I'm doing. I've already just lost what I was editing, this guy. Because I've got to check for this or that, I think it's fine.
means technically they're never going to be unlocked, but I don't think it matters because, say if we have like an objective that's unlock 5 recipes, you don't want the default 3 at the start to count towards that. So I think it's fine to leave as is. We might run into issues later, but that's an issue for later. Oh, a bit of fucking slurp ASMR, sorry about that. That's right, you know, yeah. It's for the rare ASMR, slurping, ice crunching. Okay, so that's all the save data set up now. So I think we can go back to the reward, which is what we're actually trying to do this entire time. Oh shit. Okay. This guy. Okay. Been a while since I've done abstract classes, but we can set it. So I'm going to go scripts. I'm just creating a new folder for rewards now. So I guess just because it's the first time I've seen you in here, Candice, what do? You game dev as well, or just happy watcher of game dev, or what's the go with you? ASMR. Computer science student, so this is motivating for me. Yeah, sweet. So there's another person in the chat that's going to see me write bad code and just be like, tisk tisk. This doesn't need to be a mono behavior. Or does it? He's only here to judge me. Feels good. I mean, I technically have abstract class in here, right? Let me just come down to like this guy. Yeah, abstract class. Okay, so I can just leave it as a mono behavior. I'll do that. Protected, virtual voids. Man, you're a good coder. I've been watching you for a bit. I would hire you. Oh, you're embarrassing me. Stop. I know enough to get by. I think programming's like one of those things that the more you know, the less you feel you know. Because I think it's me. It's like, I think when I let's say I put out my first game on Steam, right? That was, I thought, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. This works pretty good. And then like, now that I know a bit more, I think back to that, I'm just like, oh man, I really knew nothing. Do we just have like a claim? Is that what we're gonna make? What were you saying before in chat? So squiz. Get assets, access inventory. abstract, the collect interface, yeah. Just trying to think my way through this one. I mean, let's just send it. Let's just like implement where we can and just keep going back to it rather than spending too long dwelling on it. So we're gonna have a recipe reward. You inherit from reward. This is just me now forgetting what I'm doing again. Let's go like leaving state, protected override, that's right. Claim, don't think we've got any base claim stuff. So what am I going to do here? Does reward have access to the save data? I think the way I've got it set up is it's just going to access the data source, which isn't saved data directly. That's kind of like just our local data. And then when the game saves, it then reads from all of our local data, then puts it back into the save. So it doesn't need to access the save data directly. So each thing's going to be accessing something different, like the recipe reward's going to be the recipe data source. If it's a money reward, the money data source, and stuff like that. So what we need, I think the thing that I'm trying to wrap my head around is like, so let's pin them all again. So we've got recipe reward and we'll get the reward config is it also a scriptable object that we make? Because I'm trying to work out, so like what's the other thing that we need to pin on here? It's the objective config, this guy. So this guy has reference to a reward config. And when you click claim, it's going to read from the reward config, which comes in here. It's a lot of things. It's recipes, money. You could be getting a chair set. You could be getting tables. You could be getting walls. You could be getting floors. Pretty much any of those items. Yeah, so abstract it. I think the thing that I'm like wrapping my head around is, you know, we've created like this guy, right? So he's inheriting from reward. Is this a config? It is, right? Welcome back, Stubby. I think that is the processing class for the reward. So I think the thing that I'm thinking is, so obviously we've got this reward config, right? So this is what's sitting in there. So we need to act. So when we click on the claim button, it's reading from this config. And then how, like, what are we getting the, like, how are we then getting this? I think that's what I can't wrap my head around at the moment. Brain's already shutting down at 10:30 in the morning. Like, just so we can get like what the order of operation sort of stuff is, you could just put that on the reward config. And so if we come objective items to this guy. So this guy is going to have a method that we're calling that's going to be called public void claim. All right. Oh, what is it doing on there? So from this, reward config. Disdain, I hate Sundays because the weight of the work week starts to claw its way into my brain. You can start to take the enjoyment of the rest of the weekend. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I shouldn't say man. Yeah, new stream schedule, Stubby. So I'm just streaming one less day a week. Just so I can handle some other things, and I'll still be doing dev work off stream, but it's more like I need an extra day where I'm not sitting down for 4 hours straight. Well, I can do other things, so, but time wise it's the same. It's just Monday to Wednesday now. The claim method, pull the object config, reward config needs a type. Can vary. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's like, I mean, it is a mono behavior, but like what? Man, I am so dumb today. I mean, look, let's just do the order of operations. So we know we've got you claim, so you go based on the reward config. So the reward config needs a type to define how to process it. Maybe even needs different config options based on the type. Yeah. So I guess like the thing that I'm getting like confused about is, because I guess this like reward thing isn't a config, right? So how are we assigning like the reward based on this? So like, I guess like we could have like an enum, right? And here is this what we're trying to do? An enum of reward type, call it. For now there's recipe. We'll just leave it at recipe and money at the moment. Yes, that would be the dirty way. Haha. Cool. Because I think it's like, if we don't want to do that, because I'm assuming like, do you have Or is the thing that I'm getting confused on is the fact that we have reward config where I've got one too many scripts. Where we should just have like a reward config that inherits from... This is me not having much idea of what the hell is going on with script object. Or dynamically spawn up classes based on the assembly name. So that would be too much, I feel. Class you can verify you want to create objects that live independently of game objects. Out of curiosity, can I add? Let me just test something out here. No. Can I have multiple base classes? What am I trying to do? If you unlock a chair, is it always just a numeric ID? Are all the others just numeric IDs? Yep, everything has a numeric ID. So if you, like, you'd be unlocking recipe ID 12 or chair ID 2 or table ID 4. So then generalize the structure and use the enum to switch the processing. We're trying to sort out rewards, Stubby. Could I have... Okay, so this is... I'm going to test something out for what I think I want to do. If I make this a scriptable object, and then we have put this guy in reward. And then we're potentially getting rid of this clown, but if we come back to recipe reward, let's call this recipe reward. So I think technically we don't need this guy anymore, but that's okay. So then here we will need a public ID, really public int first, m underscore item ID, reward, and then come back to this guy. And because it's in the recipe rewards, we're going to go recipe data source dot unlocked recipes. Needs the config in here, which I can set here because this is a thing. Just make it public recipe config m underscore recipe config. Unlock
unlocked recipes. But I mean, I could get the recipe name from that config directly. Oh, I don't know. Just send it. Just absolutely send it. True. I think it's just like I've made a system that's probably too complicated. I like to involve what I'm actually doing, but it's fine because it makes it easier, I guess. So now we have a recipe reward instead. So if we come back to the objective configs, we have a reward. That's going to cause an error in the item script. Here. Or it actually won't. Love that. So then here we just go m_reward. Wait, we need to config first. m_config.m_reward.claim. This was protected, so that's why we can't access it. You. Probably need to fire off an event in here as well that we've unlocked it. Come back to the item. So now we've claimed it. And then when we do claim, you want to do this stuff. Set them to false. And then you want to do this. Okay. Actually, no, I think that is not too involved because now it's going to be able to handle claiming whatever it's going to need to do, and it's going to have custom functionality based on that. I think that's actually good. So if we come into set up a few things in here, configs, folder, rewards, create Cafe Haven, recipe reward, and just call this Eggs Benedict. Eggs Benedict. Item ID. I actually don't need the item ID because we're just claiming off of the thing regardless. We're never even referencing the ID. We'll leave it there for now anyway. Recipe config is going to be you. Okay. And need to come to the prefabs. Just update this to make sure the button's going to do what it needs to do. Claim. Go back to the objectives. And 250, cook one perfect recipe. Just for the sake of this is the quickest thing I can do, let's put it on here. All right. I think that means we can test it. done the claim. Oh, we need to set up the text updating correctly. Oh, actually, we did that. But this potentially is null on those other rewards. So that could cause an issue. Just so we don't cause any nulls, let's just put Eggs Benedict on all of them. Because we have made a change to how the saving works, we should create a new save file. Let's delete all of these guys. Oh no, we don't have a cool looking cafe anymore. We can change that real quick. I really like the black one, and let's do white chair, white circle, white brick. Much better. Oh, we did just get an error. 67. That is interesting. Oh yeah, that's new, Stubby. Yeah. Finished that at the end of last week. Bit of customization options. Potentially our save data is just broken now, but it's fine. Eggs Benedict, because that is updating there. We need to probably add a tack on a rewards Eggs Benedict. But let's order tons of meals. Okay, yeah, it's broken. It's hella broken. Oh, Eggs Benedict is not present in the dictionary. Okay. Oh, I didn't add the recipe to the recipe list. I thought I did. No, I did. Just make sure. Okay. So let's figure out what I just broke. So, why was this guy unhappy? We'll run it back. Create a fresh save again. Oh, I know why. This is all because I have temporary code littered all over my project, I'm pretty sure. If we come to who's gonna have this game data, it's this. Remove magic numbers. So the reason for that is recipe status is needs to store an extra one. Selected recipes. Yeah, let's bump it up to 4. Why not? Is there anything else to do with recipes in here? Review stock. Perfect recipes. 4. Why does that have 4 there as well? Oh, because it's storing the perfect recipe data. We should also... Is it needed on start? It's start. It's going to try and load from it. Yeah, we will. Okay, so let's go. M underscore unlocked recipes equals new bool array size 4. I think that fixes the issue. BRB break build. Ah, shit. You hate to see it. Okay, there you go. No bugs again. Let's we'll leave it as the default cafe. Sad. So this all has to do with the unlocked recipe. So let's just, for the sake of making sure the button doesn't work straight away, just click that. Just spam click it. Make sure it didn't get added. It did not. That is good. Good start. Come in here. Let's just order a ton of things. Service is hella slow. Negative time. Very bad. Very bad. Okay, so we earned 184. Make sure we click that. Nothing happens. Yep. Run another day. Okay. Claim. So now we should have an Eggs Benedict in here. We do. Look at that. Whoa. Holy. Add sizing. There you go. So now test that this is actually working properly. Okay, it's not reloading in the shop. We need to update the shop UI. That's easy. But, come back to objectives. So this is in a claim state. I don't think I've actually made claimed data yet, objective data. Because I said I was going to do that at the end. Okay, so you don't exist in the save. So upon reload, this will get reset back to 0. But we do have the Eggs Benedict unlocked, so it should save that. Yep, reset to 0. Oh, but the recipe's not there either. That's not good. He should be in there. Wait. No, technically speaking, it was possible for that not to get saved. So recipe data saves at the end of each day. So I think there was a race condition. This is what I'm assuming. A race conditions happened where money is incremented, data saved, unlock. So it's the unlock's happening after the save cycle. So to test that out, I can run through a couple more days. I'll just let the cafe be dirty. I'll skip all the mechanics here. I should have hired a second person to at least make this go quicker. No fires today. Blessed run?
Blessed RNG run? No way. No way. Ah, on the last one. Almost hit. What's that? I think it was 8 customers. That could have been 8 coin flips in a row passed. Holy. Alright, run a second day. Attempt number 2. Nah, on the second one. I couldn't help myself. Wanted to rub that out. Ooh. Wow. 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 All right. Claim. So Eggs Benedict is existing in here. So if I run, make sure I'm not sold out. Cool. If I run one more day, at the end of this day, I think the data should save. So it just means I need to update some save functionality stuff to make that work properly. Okay. Now, I think if we quit out, it should save. I hope. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, it was a race condition thing. That's cool. Just make sure that... Oh, not you. This guy. Yeah. So we need to change how that saves. I mean, of course that's going to happen because I was only claiming it at the end of the day. You're not going to be able to open the objectives panel midday. So I'd say realistically, as soon as we claim something, we probably can save. Huh, okay, so... I mean, realistically, we probably want all of them to save whatever they've saved. But each one's going to be accessing slightly different things to save. So I think what we do here is we can just go in the recipe list. Public void save unlocked recipes. Is do this. Come back to the recipe reward and go recipe list dot instance.save unlocked recipes. There you go. All right, so that's going to fix that save issue. Now let's work on the objectives. Objective save file. That'll probably be the last thing I do today, maybe. So if we come back to the game data, we were currently just thinking it was going to be an int array of objectives. And it's just based on whether it's being completed or not, but we also need to track whether it's being claimed or not. So we need to save progress, and we need to save whether it's being claimed if it's at maximum project. So claimed, okay, we're going to make it a 2D int array now. Stores progress and whether it's been claimed.
Okay, that fixes all those errors. So, some fake data initialization, more magic numbers, which will definitely come back to bite me, is, I think it's after recipes, we're going to go m_objectives equals a new int of size. We only have one objective at the moment, but let's go 3 because I've got 3 objectives there at the moment. So let's just say there's 3 objectives, size 2, very bad. I really do need to come back and fix this up because this is just a nightmare. 3, 2. So, alright. I will need to BRB real quick. Let's do my classic. Nice, sorry for the flashbang. Do my classic, very terrible BRB on paint. There you go. Cop one of those. I will be back shortly.
me back. Holy. Wasn't my code, it was communication issue. GitHub automated check-in testing. Interesting. Interesting, yes? Thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, I could like go to the effort of actually creating a BRB like scene on OBS, but man, look, is this effectively serving the same purpose? Yeah, it is. All right. So where are we up to? We're gonna do some objective saving. All right. So it's gonna be in the objectives manager. So let's do some things in here. So let's go a private void load data, a potentially public void save data. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Game data dot data equals game data dot instance, and then we need a int 2D array called objective data equals data dot get objectives. For int I equals 0, while I is less than 2. Can you just use that one directly? Doesn't make a difference, but I guess if I'm being consistent with how I've done everything else, I should get, the objective manager. Lol. It means we need the objective list. Objective list dot instance dot get objective list count II. Need to create a new objective. Objective equals new objective. Objective dot progress equals objective data I probably progress is just going to be set to 0, I think. And then claimed is claimed. Is did two underscores. M underscore is claimed. Is claimed equals 1. So it means technically we can do objective dot m underscore is completed equals this being greater than or equal to target. underscore objectives dot add this and objective. What am I doing? This guy. I think that's all we need for load data, because it's going to grab that and it's going to fill into this. We're not worrying about a data source. I think we don't need it. Okay. And then we're going to go int 2D array objective data equals new int 2D array size. Now, if I'm doing this correctly, it's this 2. And then probably wanting to do this again, right? Get rid of whatever the snot is down here. Because the only thing we care about is, so we go objective data I0 equals I dot what are we saying 0 is the progress. So it's actually this and objectives in brackets this progress. Who are you not happy with? Cannot implicitly vert. Did we make that a float? Yeah, hindsight, that's not great. And we can't really just convert it into an int because of the way we're storing this, is that actually will need to be a float. Wait. No, the progress actually can be an int. Because it's just storing a whole number. Like it's 0 stuff or 130 money earned. So I think that's actually okay. Because let me just, to double check that, we can go on to the objective item. Which means I actually previously I didn't need to actually cast that float because this was already a float. But I now need to do that because these are both ints. So I think that's okay. Come back to the manager. So we're setting progress here, and then we need to set, this is the claimable, or is claimed, I should say. Ah, shit. How do you do these again?
Isn't it like something like... Is it... I need to find out. I know I've got it in code somewhere. I'm just trying to find where I did it. Oh, I got just way too many scripts to be able to tell where I would have done this. Wouldn't be any of those callbacks. Don't think so. Chair config, floor config, ingredient config, objective config, prop config. I don't think it's in any of the configs. Shouldn't be in a data source. Shouldn't be in a list. Actually, it probably would be in a manager. Money manager. It's probably the staff manager, which apparently doesn't exist. Staff. Where'd I stop at? This, there we go. Is sick. So it's... Let me just screenshot it. I don't use these operators very often. Come back to... He's gone. Okay. Objective manager. So you have the bool first, and then you have question mark 10. What's up, dude? Hey, Max. Haven't seen you for a while. How you been going? Okay, then once we've saved all of that data, I think we can then just do data dot set objectives, objective data. I think we should probably call this probably, honestly, whenever that's updated. Really. So maybe... So in here, it's probably going to need a save data. Actually, we should probably be consistent when we save some of this data from happening. And that's in the... Whoa, what the hell did I do there? I think the time manager has all of our saves. Oh, but things can change middle of the day. But I guess they can change middle of the day. Oh, I'm gonna run into so many different saving issues because of this, I think. Because I guess realistically, if I hire an employee, if there's a reward based off that, but we don't actually save until the end of days, does that then revert your objective? But I guess if you hire someone, you could probably have it saved. Like, okay, you've hired them, but you might quit out and it keeps that saved, but it's just the during the day stuff. I think at the bare minimum, we do where we save everything else. I haven't had my computer chat, and this is just temporary, but I've been watching some streams on my TV. Hell yeah. I actually don't even mind that, watching streams on TV. Sometimes I'll like
if there's ever a stream that I'm really... I mean, the best example of that was I was always watching the Race to World First streams for WoW when the new tier came out, and I'd like watch that. Like, I'd just eat lunch, have that up on the screen, watch them die multiple times on the last boss. But yeah. Alright, so whenever it's there, we want to save, and then I think when we claim it, we want to save as well. Where are you? Objective item. Claim. All right, we can probably test that out now. One sec, just let me have a little bit of a drink. Be good. All right, so we'll clear that save file as well, because now we've added more data again. We make sure we don't corrupt our save file. Okay. You're all good. Let's I mean, let's just like create a huge save file. So by that, we can probably keep it at 2. Add. Let's hire someone, roster them on. That's good. Let's also change the cafe up a little bit. Walls, let's do brick. Floor, black. Chairs, white. Table, white circle. Edit mode. Bang, 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 bang. Just looks cooler. Alright, start day. Should be 2 more bits of trash maybe that spawn. There's 1. There's normally 1 around like 2 o'clock-ish. What are we gonna get? Floor spill. Alright, speed up the day. 176 earned. So if we rip 1 more day, make sure nothing's catching fire yet. Alright, so good reviews again. So we come to this guy, we can claim it. So now we have the Eggs Benedict in here. Now did I update the save file that's going to save that straight away? I can't remember if I did or not. I think I did. So let's just, I can check that quickly. If we go here, claim. Not helpful. This guy. Save unlocked recipes. Yeah, okay. So I am calling a save there. So if I now quit out of this day and then come back in. Damn it. That's broken. So we need to sort out what's going on there. I've done what I've done with probably every save file. So that's really good. Save that. I am almost certain that every time I have done a save file, I have made the exact same mistake every time, and that is I'm never calling load data. You'd think that, like, how many... I've probably done saving of every manager, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so on. So it's like I've done it like 8 times. I'm doing the same thing, and I always forget. I should do it first. Like, my habit I should get into is, like, I should, like, make the method load data, and before I even implement load data is call it. But now I don't know if this is going to break, because now I would have saved data that wasn't initialized. Yeah. So we're going to have to restart. And I still got... Oh, shit. I didn't eat it yesterday. Got that for lunch. Alright. Okay, so we are just getting errors. Key has already been added. And where is this happening? In 56. Add. I mean, it's a simple fix to stop whatever that issue is. It's just going to be if objectives dot contains key contains key open bracket. If it doesn't contain the key, add it. Okay, that fixes that issue. Can I be bothered editing every part of the cafe? You bet I can. Let's go. Let's go. White brick walls. Black thing. White chair. Tables. Let's also add some plants. Why not? Put a plant over here. Plant over here. Plant over here. Plant over here. Let's get it. Alright, let's order like 30 of these. Let's hire Georgia roster on. I'm adding a 16-bit game currency asset pack that I made to itch.io. When looking through tags, I found erotic as a tag, and I was like, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's a fairly popular category, I think. Like, I probably, like, wouldn't recommend doing it, but, like, I think by default Steam accounts have, like, a mature filter enabled. Is if you should turn the mature filter off on Steam, and you can see how many games are mature games. It is crazy. Nothing's caught fire yet. Okay, so there's a piece of trash hidden on this screen somewhere. Pause it. Come down here.
Here we come. Coming in hot. No. There, behind those plants. Can't see it. Behind the plant. Yeah, it's always behind a plant. I think I've seen one hide down here, but there's one right there as well. I think I'll like probably add functionality that it kind of has a silhouette if it's like being obstructed by something, some shader that just then will keep it pushed to the front as well. But anyway, I'm not even going to be able to pick it up as well because it's one of the bugs I've got at the moment is plants block everything, but that's okay. Or if something is behind, it sets the opacity of plant to 50. Yeah, actually, that's probably a better way to do it, isn't it? Cafe was dirty. Yeah, well, I couldn't pick up the trash. It was hidden behind a plant, okay? Alright, so 176. Run another day. I'm going to be keen when I actually get these guys all animated properly, that they, like, not going to be sliding everywhere, but they also sit down on chairs. I think when that's fully implemented, that's going to be really cool. Pretty sure there's another piece of trash here. Viewer Pog. Holy shit. Popping off, dude. I guess I should instantly give plug to self as well. Just like, if you like what the game, if you think it looks cool or anything like that, feel free to chuck me a follow. I stream 3 days a week. It's also posted multiple times in chat as well, but I also have like a community Discord up and running as well. So you can join that if you want to stay up to date on the game and whatnot. But yeah, man, 8 more follows and we can apply for affiliate. That'd be sick. Alrighty. So if you claim that, it's now in here. And just so I can double check before I do the save. So on the objective item when we're claiming, we were saving straight away. Alright, so let's test it out now. Oh, it's because I was setting up the dictionary. Shit. I don't think it's going to work. I think I know of a problem that I have. I follow 8 times. Godspeed. Yeah. Not working. It's the little short fix I did before. I knew that was going to cause a problem when I look back at it. So, problem we've got is... And maybe it's just we can get rid of it. So this is not the right manager. This guy. Pin you. Unpin these clowns. You can keep pinned. It's because we're calling setup dictionary. So we're never actually updating this. So I think if it does exist, we just update it, I think. So we go M objectives. And then we have the key. Equals objective. I wonder if this breaks. It doesn't. Okay, so it's back into a claim state. We're getting closer. It's already been claimed, though. So, what is happening with that? Just make sure it wasn't because I, like, didn't have the file set up properly. Come back. Okay, so is claimed. If it's equal 1. So it's obviously this. Rip a debug on that. I have an assumption of what's causing that, but I have so many extra breakpoints everywhere. All of my grid stuff, decoration stuff. There you go. So is claimed equals false. 1. What's I here? 0. How dare you debug code? Yeah, I know. Sorry. I think I probably understand what's going on here. I hear dev on here all the time. I don't even use the debugger. That is not I mean, I know of people that don't actually like debug in breakpoints. They'll just debug with their code. So like they'll chuck in like tons of debug logs and stuff like that, and debug that way, which I think, if anything, I think that's more time consuming than just debugging like this, but to each their own. Yeah, so I think, oh, here we can go. So is completed. Wow, I think I'm actually doing this really dumb. I'm setting is completed to be this, but that's only if it's claimed. Alright, so I'm going to change just to make this as simple. So obviously at the moment I'm only saving 2 of these variables, and that's progress and this. I think we should also save the bool is completed. It just makes it easier for data tracking as well. So let's go ahead and do that. You need to now be here. You need to be size 3. And just so I can keep track of it properly, we can come up here and just say whether it's been claimed and whether it's been completed. I mean, actually, no, I think I'm high, because if it claims ever true, if claims ever true, it means that it's been completed. So that's okay then. So potentially, oh man, this one here. So when we're claiming, I don't think we're actually ever changing the objective after we claim it, and that's probably the issue that's happening. So we could just come back to this guy. Unlocked recipes. Yeah, there, it doesn't matter. So come back to this fella.
the sake of making this easy again, come down and create a method under saving. Let's go public void claim objective. This can have an objective config. We need to do one of these again. Oh, shit. Objective progress equals, need to set all of these ourselves. Okay. I don't use the div as someone with no fear. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice, operating with no fear like that? So go here, we want to go objectives, config, dot, progress. Is completed. True. True. And then we can do equals objective. Come back to this guy. So then here we can go objective manager. I can actually clean this up now. So we go instance dot claim objective and go config. And I think we can actually just call save data in that claim objective now. Let's do this. No, it is someone with no smarts. Alright. Gonna create a new save again for this to test that it's all working. And pray nothing breaks. Or someone who has only written basic things because at a certain point it is required. Yes, sir. Dog goes across the road barking, bark, 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 bark. Yep, it's so hard being dog. Ruff, ruff, ruff. I'm so angry. Angry dog. Why is that? Oh, I left the chicken at 3. That's why. And sure, it's going to work out for me in the long run, so. Something where I had more money there than I have in other tests. But yeah. Using up more chicken. Higher base cost. And everyone's very unhappy. Is there one more before the end of the day? No, that's it. All right. Moment of truth. Claim. Didn't see any errors pop up. So it's now appearing in here. So I still need to do the shop panel. I'll write that down. Shop panel. So this is claimed. Please work. Yeah, it's in its claim state. Let's go. Cool. And then Eggs Benedict exists in here. So now we just didn't make it show up in the shop panel. Holy, what a day. And everyone's got cool emotes. I want cool emotes. Alright, so shop panel. Let's find out what is going on with you. My guess is I'll pin this and then also pin recipe panel for you, because you guys have similar functionality to each other. So the list is this guy. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's literally just that. So recipe panel, what did we grabbed an ore in here, didn't we? Yeah. Or this. I think literally just that one line of code fixes it. Shop. Cool. Shop now has Eggs Benedict. I guess I can make sure that Eggs Benedict actually works. So let's order bulk of that. Just to make sure that it's like actually adding the recipe properly. So multiple of those. Let's remove this recipe, add in the Eggs Benedict at 2222. Kitchen keeps catching fire. Oh my god, what? They're already happy. Did I luck out and get the correct, perfect recipe? We can check reviews. Eggs Benedict was perfect. That's some crazy RNG. So all the... for anyone that hasn't seen me set it up before, so if we come to the recipe list, I believe we do it, is we have, yeah, generate perfect recipes. Oh, actually, new in, oh no, it's grabbing it so it's correct size, is whenever we create a, whenever the game loads for the first time, it gets all of the recipes and basically randomly generates what the perfect value is going to be for these. And it just does that once on save, so it means every playthrough you have, it's never going to be exactly the same. Just trying to do something for one, a little bit of potentially replayability, and two, just that people can't just post work like the perfect recipes online that you can just get straight into a game, perfect everything straight away. Like, I think it kind of takes away from the game, but yeah, so it's done that, but the perfect one it generated was 2 for everything. It's the first time I've seen that happen. Anyway, what's up, Maxu? Hey, grats Max for uploading to Itch. It's huge. You gotta start somewhere to become the greatest developer of all time. Yeah, cool. So Eggs Benedict worked. Need to add the spacing on that. So I've killed that somewhere, but I can do that before wrapping up. Man, that's cool. This is a good day. Man, is there one more thing maybe I could do for that? Let's do, what time is it? 11:45. Yeah, so let's go into, pretty sure it was in the recipes. Yeah, I didn't put a space in here. There you go, that fixes that issue. So I haven't used system, link for ages, but I've put it in here as a to-do in the objective manager. Maybe, wait, what's this? Oh, that's for other things, yeah, who cares? We don't need that, we need the objective panel. I think we should sort the list that anything that's in a claimable state will be up the top. Incomplete, so things that are in progress from the middle, and then just completed things once they're done, they just get sorted to be at the bottom. I don't really need to do that today, but because isn't it something like objective item, dictionary config, key. Isn't it something like this? So if I go values dot like sort by, isn't it? Can you literally just do dictionary sort? Probably actually need to do no, what is it system link? Link, yeah. Right. Dot sort. Okay, so you can't sort the dictionary itself by the looks of it. That's what I was thinking, you could do like values. No. I think it needs to be a list, maybe. Is I create a list. I mean, technically it is a list. I mean, surely you can do dictionary sort, value sort. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, sort. But it doesn't like that either. Let's have a look. Can you sort a dictionary? C#. Values to list sort, yeah. So values dot to list. Dot order by. Gotta ask ChatGPT. Do you have to put it in brackets? Yeah. Let me just double check this. Yeah, then the selector. So then I would want to go order by objects objective dot. See, this is. Do you have to access it?
blah equals blah. Yeah, I wish I still had some code that did this. Man, maybe I do, but I definitely should not open that on stream. Yeah, let's hit I'll hit an order by. C# order by. Can make a whole game view. Hey Ziggy, yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, we out here. We game devin. Just because I think there's a very good chance I'm not going to bother doing this today because I'm getting hungry and it's almost time to end stream. I'll leave this commented out for now. I can just give a quick demo of what we've been up to. So, what can we do in game now? Ziggy, I'm trying to remember the last time you were in stream, Ziggy. But I mean, there's probably a lot. I'll just kind of go through everything that's in there at the moment. So, start a fresh save. So, do our normal stuff. I'll just buy some recipes. I know this was definitely in when you were in here. So, just order these meals and we can chuck them in here. We can hire someone and roster them on. What's new? I guess we can now customize the cafe. While I was here, the worker kept walking out the front door and trying to leave work. Okay, that's a while ago then. So yeah, a lot of this stuff is going to be new. So you can now like place plants and stuff around your cafe to like add some decorations. So I'll just set those up. I probably shouldn't do this thing because it does cause problems later on. But anyway, you can buy different sorts of walls to customize. So if I do wall and floor like this, buy chairs and Azarin in here as well. And then white circle. Yeah, child disdain. I'll see you around. If we come into edit mode, so anything you've purchased now can be like customized in here. So we bought white brick. We also bought black floors, white chairs, and white table. So that's all editable. If I click on one of these plants as well, is I can then drag it around to be in a different spot, but we'll keep it there for the sake of what we're testing. Which I probably should change the floor just so one of the things is going to be easier. We'll just change it back to be the default color. No. This one. So if we start the day, so yeah, the staff members spawn in. I'll just leave it a normal thing. So it catches fire, so you got to put out the fire to make sure people can keep cooking. Floor spills happen. You got to rub out the floor spill. So it's just like a mop, I guess. Another fire, put that out. Trash can spawn. You got to pick up the trash and put it in the trash can. And that's, I guess, like the trash, the floor spill, and the fires, kind of like the key day-to-day stuff that happens that you've got to kind of monitor through. Causes problems when it's on that one. I think it worked. Obviously, placeholder assets for spill and the trash, but it's just there so I can get the mechanic up and running. So when the day ends, now reviews get generated at the end of each day. So this is where you're going to get information on what you need to change about your menu items. So for this one, I got double up, but I got I remember you asked about possibly making the trash spills and fire a bit more. Seems like you got a really good system for that. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So that's what I think that's kind of what I hypothesized back then was like, yeah, making it so you have to drag the trash into a can, you got to put out a fire, and you got to mop up the floor. So yeah, I did end up getting that implemented, and it's actually really cool. Yeah, you get all of this stuff now. I probably am gonna have to update that because I think anyway. But so first two is always about food. You get a review on the profit you've got set for those items. So this one, it says the burger's quite cheap, so that means I could probably raise my profits on it, and they're not going to be angry with me. Service time. Cafe was dirty, so that's the spills and trash that can spawn on the floor.
is you're going to make sure by the end of the day that you've cleaned all of that up. And then this one's a decoration, so it's quite crowded. There should be less clutter. So basically, it's just telling me you've got too many plants. But I've just got it set to a random value at the moment, where I think there probably will be a proper value. But there's that. Just today, we've now been setting up an objectives panel. So for testing, I haven't got the hooks set up for these guys, but I've got it so it's earning money. So, and the bottom thing, which I need to add in a bit of extra text, but the reward for this is you're going to be able to unlock another recipe. So this one's going to be Eggs Benedict. So if I run through a second day, we'll speed run through this one. At the fire. Trash there. Trash there. I think there's going to be one more there. It is. Very good. I should have changed the burger to have less lettuce or whatever it wanted. But cool. Now we've got cafes really clean and the service is really good. So it's slightly different. But now if we come across to the objectives, so you get it comes up as claimed. And once it's claimed, it's now added it into here. So it's also in the shop as well. Has different ingredients: egg, hollandaise, smoked salmon, toast. And then the cool part about this, I'll change this back to, well, not change it back to, put it back to black floors, is all of this data is now saved. So if I come back on here and restart the game, do I create a second save file for this? Yeah, this guy. It saves all that data. So the floor that I bought, the walls that I bought, the tables and chairs are all saved. The reviews have all saved as well. The objective is saved. The unlocked recipes saved. So yeah, we've been out here. We've been deving. We've been deving it up. Yeah, that's where we're up to, pretty much. We're getting pretty close to being able to actually have like a playable. I'm going to call it like an early alpha. Like obviously there's a tons of like visual stuff that I'm going to need to update, but I want to try get it into the hands of some people sooner rather than later, just so they can kind of play around with what like the day-to-day mechanics are and just see where the friction is and try and put that into my backlog and work on that eventually. But yeah, so it's pretty much all part of the settings panel. I'm not going to open up because it crashes everything. But yeah, we've got basically all of these like top bar HUD things all implemented now, which is really cool. So yeah, I'm going to probably, because I'm about to end the stream soon, but tomorrow I'm probably going to wrap up the rest of the objectives. So I've got, I want to order the list, but I've also got, if we come to the objectives manager, just need to have a couple more events to listen to. Just so then I can get those other two objectives working. But then probably for the rest of the week, the main focus is getting the rating manager up and running. So that's, I've got a really bad system implemented at the moment for how followers work, but I'll build on top of that. But basically the star rating, I want to try and get functionality in for that. So the way that the star rating is going to work, if I haven't explained it before, is once you reach certain follower goals, so let's just use 2,000 as a ballpark figure. When you reach 2,000, it means you're going to get a food critic that comes in and they're going to rate your cafe. So for each star rating you get, probably done in half-star rating increments, is they kind of have different objectives. Let's just say the first guy that comes in, all he wants is to order 2 meals, and both those meals need to be perfect. If you fail that, you're going to have to keep trying and do it again. But if you pass that and he's happy with the food and it's good service and whatnot, you're going to gain half a star, and that could change. So let's just say like at 4 stars, he's going to order every item from your menu. They all need to be perfect. And I'm thinking there's probably going to be a system in place where like there's recipe tiers. So let's say tier 1 is the recipes you start with. But when you reach cafe rating 2, you're going to get another set of recipes. And let's say this new food critic is like, I want to order 1 from each one of those things. So you're going to have to make sure you're menus diverse with items from each tier and stuff like that. So a lot of depth to add there. It's probably the biggest system to implement, so it's probably why I'm giving myself the rest of the week to do that. But yeah. Sweet. I don't know if it counted me, but I got one view on it. Hell yeah, Max. Get those early W's. Yeah. I guess for anyone that hasn't known, I know Stubby did do the command before. I'll just put it in chat again. I've cutting back my stream days. Well, that peaked really loud just then. Sorry about that. Cutting my stream days down, so I'm only streaming 3 days a week now, Monday to Wednesday, same time, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. I might proc an extra stream every now and again if I'm really feeling inspired, but I've got other things I need to do that I can't just sit down for 4 hours straight. But yeah, feel free to drop in if you ever see me live and come say hey. It's always nice to have a chat to everyone. But enjoy the rest of your weekends for most of you, but maybe it is Monday for some of you. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. I'll catch you all later.